Well, I went and did it. I went and bought a greenhouse on Amazon, model AM945, size 8 by 10, and there's a lot of assembly required. Please enjoy the video that I put together. As always, I like to put the disclaimer out that I have no idea what I'm doing. Anything in this video that I do or anything you see I do to myself, like give myself some type of a bloody sore, know that I'm not doing this because necessarily I'm showing you how to do it correctly. I'm just doing it to get it to this point and hoping that as I stumble about trying to make it work, that it might be helpful to other people someday who might want to put theirs together and fast forward through some of the more comedic parts and find out some of the tricks that I learned or finding out how to put things together. So enjoy the video, and I hope that it will help you if you also buy this particular model of greenhouse to be able to put yours together too. Bought a greenhouse and now I'm going to put it together. I'm going to do this in phases, but this is going to be taking the aluminum frame out of the box, and then I'm going to go ahead and put it all together because I'd like to see what the dimensions are of the base so that I can build a little concrete stem wall for it. On the slab I have came in two boxes. This is the frame, and then the panels for the walls are in another box. And it did have some damage on the corner, but hopefully everything's in good shape. Assembly instructions, model AM945, 8 by 10 greenhouse. Parts list. A lot of parts. I need my razor knife. Box of hardware, I'd assume. Handles for the door. It's like door handle pieces. These are L16A, 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 L17, okay, L01 Charlie C. Okay. L11A, L12A. L2B, I'd like to know which ones are the bottom. L01E, Echo. Little guy. L10A and B. set it all on my table. L8B. L20 and L19. Oh no. This is L18D Delta, and it looks like it's part of the door, maybe? No, maybe not. It has a bolt on it. Bolt top and bottom, that's cool. Oop. L23. L23B. L23E. L2D. 02D. Tubing, circular tubing instead of square tubing. L25. L8F Foxtrot, L8E Echo, L26G Golf, L3B Bravo, L26 Delta, L2 Alpha, big old wide ones. And B2 Bravo 2. Little one. L05 Bravo. Little ones. L02 Charlie. L04 Alpha. L18 Bravo, L18 Alpha, Has some hooks on it. Not seeing a tag on this. It's probably on the inside. L26 Hotel H. L26H Hotel. L06B Bravo. There's a little one in there. L06C. This is the eyelet for the hook. L18 Charlie. More B2s, Bravo 2s. Short, wide ones. B1s maybe? Let's see what it is. There's a, ooh, more. This look like steaks. This is A2 Alpha 2, not what I thought it'd be, but there's a plate. D317 little plates, and then some pointy flat stock and some angle iron. Angle iron's D306 and the pointy one's D307. I guess the little flat plates are D317. Getting to the bottom of the box.
L09B, L09, Lima 09 Bravo. Okay. Sticker's a little boogered on that one. L07 Charlie. Lima 07 Charlie. And then a couple long wide pieces. These are Charlie too. There was a lot of stuff in this box. Okay. Arrives in 2 separate boxes and may not be part of the same shipment. Please install the product after receiving all the packages. So my suspicion is there's hardware in the other box because there aren't any bolts. Here's the box with the poly panels in it, I suppose. This is a standard box, not a pull-off. Oh, there we go. Here are the panels. And there's a box in this end that says hardware. Of course, it's taped in. part of my issue is I'm building this in the wintertime because I want to figure out what the size of the frame is to build the footing for it. So I want to kind of leave these panels in here. I'm going to see if I can even do that. I'd like to not have to put them in until the spring, or at least late winter. So part of what I'm planning on doing is there was a 10-foot by 10-foot slab in the middle of my yard, and I drug it over to the corner of my yard with a tractor, and I've set it there. So the plan is to build a little footing. I'm going to pour it probably with about 12 inches of concrete, or just kind of build it up a little bit, and then put the greenhouse on it. My biggest concern with a cheap or inexpensive greenhouse you can buy online, aluminum, is that it's going to turn into a sail and blow across my yard, or the panels will blow out. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes together, and hopefully it'll last for many years and many seasons, and I'll be able to grow my own starts, which is really the ultimate goal of having a greenhouse like this. Also during the summer months, because it'll probably get up to 150 degrees or something in here, I might actually dry things in the greenhouse as well, but we'll see how it goes. Just cut the side off. Yeah, they got it pretty well tied in. The panel is tied directly to this box. Okay. Oh, wow, yes. Here it is. Oh, it even comes with a little tool kit. Interesting. Hinges. With pins to act as hinges or something. Angle pieces. Little handles for the vent doors. Whole bunch of looks like stainless steel hardware. There's some stainless steel anchor bolts. Some stainless, about 8 mil, 10 mil. We'll find out. I'm a little concerned if there are plastic pieces, that the plastic pieces will wear out and break over the years, but we'll see. Oh, that nut box. That bag of nuts is, I've got my nuts everywhere. Should get that's why I collect yogurt buckets and things, painting or keeping loose hardware. No worries, we've got a bucket for the hardware that the bag broke on. Some screws, like a wood screw. And these, I'm not sure what these little plastic things are going to be like. I'm a little concerned. Maybe for a type of gutter or something. Downspout. Here are some little beveled screws going flush somewhere. I'm going to try and get all these little nuts into the bucket so that I don't have any that are missing. Uh-oh, I dropped one. There it is. All right. So that took a little extra time, but this is a bag. Don't throw this out. There's a bag with Zulu 04. Tiny little screws. Oh wow, there's another kit in here. Packing list. With all the panels and all the little accessory pieces. I'm going to go put these panels somewhere out of the way. All right. Contents, assembly advice, assembly and maintenance advice. For safety purposes, we strongly recommend that this product is assembled at least by 2 people. I don't know, I'm not going to read that. Functions and features. The strong 2-part eave beams includes an internal gutter. Downpipes are also included as standards so you can collect rainwater. Manual window handles. Manual opener. These are what I imagine. Manual opener. Remove approximately 2 inches of film from all sheet edges before installing and removing all film immediately after the construction is complete. Please ensure that the side with the white film faces outward. White film outward. This quality greenhouse features self-tapping screws to provide strong joints. As the name suggests, the screws tap their own thread. Driving in self-tapping screws requires more force than conventional screws. A powered screwdriver is therefore recommended. Nuts not to be tightened before the end of assembly, unless otherwise stated. Do not tighten the bolts, nuts, screws until the shed is finally erected. Okay. It lists all of the different parts. So part 1 L01A, L01B, L01E. So it looks like it's sequential, starting at 1 and going up. So curious if they go together that way. This is an exploded view of all the side panels. You have your parts. There's the door, left door, right door. That's right, it has 2 doors. Don't they slide or something? Left door, check. I did see hinges though, so they're probably hinged. See. Okay, that's. Are we putting it together yet? Exploded door. Okay. Tension. Check the direction of the accessories. I do have to put the panels together. I think I'm going to hold off on the doors because I don't really. What I'm looking for is to get the dimension of the base so that I can build it. Then I'll put it together when it's nice and sunny out, or at least not snowing outside. There's a panel on the roof window. And there's the base assembly there. Okay. Oh, okay, so those big wide base pieces are actually meant to go on end. Base assembly. Attention, turn over the steel plinths D306 and D307 to complete the base installation as shown below when the greenhouse is not inserted and secured into the soil. So here you can see I'm not putting mine directly into the soil. I'm going to put it on a slab on a stem wall. So I'm not going to be using these. So I'm going to have to see if I'm going to have to modify it at all. Of course, modification is what I do. So fix the base anchor clip D114 onto each base section with a distance of 5 to 10 centimeters from each end. Mark the middle of the D114 hole to drill the diameter 8 hole. It's metric, probably 8 millimeter hole. Then use the S69 to fix the D144 to the ground. So there are clips here. So that's probably what I'll need to do to the slab. But I'm also not sure that I'm going to think this little clip is going to be enough to hold it down with the winds we get here. The hole. See, and there's the little expansion anchors. D114 is the plate, and then S69 is the expansion anchor. Okay, so there's the corner wall. So quite honestly, all I need to do is put out but it's not going to go together. I'm trying to figure out how much of this I need to put together to get the dimensions. But let me start laying out the base. So on the front pieces, one side is square, one side is mitered at a 45, and so I'm assuming the 45 is going to go to the edge this way. I'm not convinced there's a top or a bottom. So here's the layout. A2, Alpha 2, Bravo 2 goes on the side. This is Charlie 2, so this goes in the front. Charlie 2 hooks to Alpha 2. Charlie 2, Bravo 2. Then you can see on these there's also a degree that's 90 and a degree that's mitered at a 45. So Bravo 2 here, and Bravo 2. So there are 4 Bravo 2s apparently. 1, 2, 3, 4 Bravo 2s, which form the back side. B back Bravo. And it's a lot wider than I have space here. I don't have the keys. Well, I backed my truck up now, so I have a little bit more space to work. Try and get the right dimension here. So that is interesting. I need the plates. So apparently, these 3 splice plates are what are used to bolt together the base. Says fixed D114. Okay. So these are the clips that will clip into the frame. If you were to dismount it directly on the slab, which is kind of what I'm doing, but I'll have to reconsider how I do this maybe. And I was thinking about using these, but I don't want to have the pointy part sticking up. Okay, I think I see. So they're expecting you to put a piece of pressure treated lumber down or something first, I suppose. and then use these to, well, they wouldn't use an expansion anchor though if it were just in the wood. Mystery. Okay. So I think I see that. I guess I'm supposed to mount them just facing up. When the greenhouse is not inserted and secured into the soft soil. So yeah, I guess I put them upside down. I guess I can just cut them off later if I need to. Still seems a little weird. What's interesting is there's plastic. I guess it's folded. That's what it is. It's folded. So I'd suspect we want to put the folded side on the inside. This is Delta 307. And then I suspect that the angle irons, it says D306, Delta 306, are these angle irons over here, which go in the corners. Okay. And here's our nut. I'm assuming all of these are the same throughout the project, with the exception of the self-tapping screws. So I'm going to put these into this and dump a bunch of them on the floor. What's a project without some missing hardware anyway? There aren't any lock washers. Let's see. Those little ones. I keep wanting to throw this little tiny bag of them away. I'm not seeing lock washers, so it says to use the M6, their M6 metric 6 mil by 12. Okay, so here's the part that I missed and calls out B2A2C2 D306 D307. And then there's the 6 mil hardware with no lock washers. Oh well. Or no nylocks or anything. So this is how they go from the outside. I'm going to have them facing up as per the directions because it's going on a slab. Here's if it were going into soft earth. So the bolt goes in from the outside and the nut goes on the inside. M6 is at an 8 or 10 mil wrench. 10 mil. Yep, 10 mil. Which is a little bit loose though. Grab a 10 mil socket. Make sure the nut's the same. Well, that nut is actually smaller. Try a 9. Quarter-inch nut driver. Try a 9 mil. The 9 mil is too small, but my open end 9 is a little big, or my open end 10, but it is a 10 mil, so. Getting it started without them together, so I have a little more room. The other thing it said was to not tighten them until everything's together. I can't imagine not leaving them somewhat, just at least run down so that they can still slip, but I don't want them so loose that I'm going to end up losing nuts off because it's moving around. My initial impressions is that it seems a little thin. The aluminum thickness is a little thin, but we'll see what it looks like. See how well it lasts. Definitely paid a lot less than I was expecting to for this much of a greenhouse, so we'll see how it works out. And if it needs to be modified to make it stronger, I'll assess that when the time comes. Cold out here, but I'm going to take my gloves off for this. Definitely a lot of play in these holes. I almost need a little screwdriver or something to drift these. Sharp little bugger. Coffee break. Definitely want to be careful that you don't cut yourself on these sharp edges. It's pretty exciting, even just seeing the base coming together. I had a much smaller greenhouse at one point. They're just something nice to have, especially when you can plant seeds in the early spring, late winter, and have your own starts. Also dried garlic and onions in it. I guess the onions I didn't really dry in it. What did I dry else? Mostly garlic, I think. Probably wasn't good for it. With garlic, keeping it dark is important, I think. I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing how watertight it is, if the rain comes in or if it's actually stays pretty dry inside. Okay. The plinths are installed. Definitely have to hold them straight though. They don't hold themselves straight, so I'll have to make sure I have my dimensions and have the slab poured straight. Have my stem wall poured straight. So part of what I'd like to do is have it be a little bit up off of the ground. So I don't know if I'm thinking 12 inches or maybe like a 2 by 12, whatever that ends up being. And then pour it on the slab. That way I'm a taller guy so I can get in the door. The door is only 6 feet or something. I'll be able to step over the threshold. Not hit my head on the top of the door jamb. Okay. It says wall assembly. L01 Echo and Foxtrot. Just finding these is going to be a fun challenge. I'm going to put them so the labels are all on the same end. '02 Alpha. This one. There's L01 Charlie. L01 Delta. L26. L02. I forgot which. L01 Echo and Foxtrot, right? L01. L10 Alpha, L10 Bravo, L8 Bravo. Four. L8. 6. L10. I had an L10, didn't I? L10 Alpha, L10 Alpha, L10 Bravo, L10 Charlie. Cool. Okay. I'm looking for L1 Echo, L2, L1 Charlie. L1 Delta. There it is. L1 Echo. Set the cutters over there. There's L01 Echo and Foxtrot. And these go in the corners, so the back left is Foxtrot. And right is Echo. there's a hole in the middle. If it matters which one's the top and bottom. Hmm. 01 Foxtrot, 01 Echo. I put the sticker down to begin with. Says I need L08 Bravo, L10 Alpha, L10 Bravo, L10 Alpha. So and Bravo goes in the middle. L10 Alpha on each side. Yep. Okay, so we've got Foxtrot, Alpha, Bravo, Alpha, Echo, and I think that's it for. I need to find the L08 Bravo. There's L08 Echo. Should be a long one. This is bent. Here, L08 Bravo. Okay. L8 Bravo goes on the edge. So I'm putting the labels into the corners. I don't know if that's right or not, but that's not going to work because that's down. Yeah, I can't. Because there's the little holes, which I'm assuming are the self-tapping into the frame rail. And then the larger holes will then go into the side ribs. So that, I assume, goes there. So I need to bolt. Because I'm not keen on putting the self-tapping screws in until I have everything together, because I need to move it. So I've got the two corner pieces that I can't put up yet. I need to put the, oh, so that goes out. says the corner pieces makes kind of sense because the rounded part goes to the outside, but then you notice the flange with the holes in it is on the inside, and so that's why these inner rail pieces, the holes, the big holes, need to be on the inside. I had been putting them on the outside, but see the longer piece of this flange on the side needs to go inside, and then the small little channel where the panels goes on the outside. All right, well, I can just swap them end for end. Then the corner piece will go like this. Well, let's see how that goes. Okay. Not sure that would go. Yeah, don't fit. If I put the bottom piece on the outside of the flange, it won't fit. I have to put it on the inside. And my question becomes, how will the panel go in there if it's got a bolt? I guess the panel is held out a bolt head distance. Yeah, so you can see it here. So the angle iron on the upper, or on the edge piece that's the riser, the one that goes up, goes on the outside. The two base pieces come together on the inside. The bolts come in from the outside, not on the inside. Ah, that's a challenge. Keeping it upright while you're putting it together. We'll have to say with these angle irons facing up, it does help a little bit. And see, if I were to have drilled these down already, I might not have even been able to get this in here because it wouldn't line up because I've already drilled them down. If I could get, I think I might bring my table over. Gonna prop this against here. I'm just gonna wrap this nylon strap around. Not gonna tie it real tight or anything, just enough to give it something to hold on to. Okay, that one. So I've gotten both the uprights. Place L10A, L10B, L01 Echo, L01 Foxtrot, and L08 Bravo on the base plinth B2 and C2. Then fix them together using S01 and M01 as shown. S01, M01. So that's up here. Make sure they line up from inside of the base plinth. Use a powered screwdriver to fix the self-tapping screws through the sills L10A, L10B, L10B, L1008B, L10A, L10B, and L08B, and base plinth B2, C2, and A2. The screws should be evenly spaced to ensure a neat appearance. The recommended spacing of the screws is 460 millimeters. They're pre-drilled, so I think it's just a matter of putting them in there. And here it gives you an example. But they're pre-drilled, so they're pre-drilled, but there's one on each end. Yeah, they're pre-drilled. I would 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So they're pre-drilled. I just would much rather have the bolts in. A little nervous to screw them down when they don't have the, if I don't want to move them. Okay. So now it says It would be nice if the base frame was pre-drilled, the right spacing, because your panels won't fit or anything if you get them wrong. Well, let me go try and find I'm going to try and assemble this back wall. L26, L23 Bravo, L26 Delta. L26 Alpha. L26 Hotel. Here. L26 Charlie, L26 Delta, L23B, L23 Bravo. How many Bravos did I need? L23 Bravo has 3 holes in the middle, 2 on the bottom, or 2 on one side and 1 on the other. Six. L26 Charlie, 23 and yeah, 26 Delta. L26 Bravo, L26 Golf, so this one is the L26 Delta. So on 23B, I want to figure out which side is up. So this is a 23 Bravo, which is one of the cross pieces here. But what I wanted to determine was which side goes up. Okay. Why would you have those holes there if there weren't an up or a down? I guess what I'll assume is that the writing is to be read from standing up. So this, well, we'll see. There might not all match that, but not seeing anything on which way the holes go up. Oh wait, put the side with 2 holes of L23B facing upwards. Says, attention, put the side with 2 holes of L23B facing upwards. What's weird though is that the picture doesn't have it showing like this, so I'm assuming that 2 holes upward. And in this case, for this piece, the label is actually upside down to read it from standing up. So fix L26 delta onto L10B using this nut and bolt. Fix L23B, 2 pieces to L01 Echo, L01 Foxtrot, L26D using the bolts. Okay. Well, that's interesting. It would appear as though I've put it in upside down. Now the question is, which side is upside down? Oh, that wasn't good. Ouch. That wasn't good. All right, so what I'm running into is that this piece here has 2 holes on the bottom. I suspect that the 2 holes go on the top. So that's 26D. Doesn't tell you. Put the side with 2 holes. Then that might be 26, they mean. But I don't. Let's measure. If the holes in the edge pieces are equidistant from each end, we'll know that the middle piece has to go in the direction that matches the 2 sides. So that's more or less 57 inches, 58 inches, 29, so you got 58. Yeah, they're more or less the middle, right? Let's say to 28, 29. Yep, so that needs to be swapped around. So yes, there are holes in the middle of 23, and there's holes in the middle and the top of 26, and the holes in the top of 26 need to go up, apparently. And now I'm going to go ahead and put the L23B back on now that I have the holes lined up. There we go. So now the question becomes, does it go? It should go on the inside, I would think. Yes, indeed. Goes on the inside. And even though I think that it was meant to be this L26 Delta, L23B, I'm also going to put the 2 holes up in the middle. We'll see. Still wanting to move backwards. This one on, 2 holes up. All right, that really made a difference there. Tighten these guys up. It says they need to be flush on the inside. And I think it's interesting how different the back wall pieces and the side wall pieces. Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting. So I guess get this corner as tight as I can. And then match the base section. That's probably the best way to get it tied down. Self-tapping screws, Zulu 08. Self-tapping screw, Zulu 08. That's Zulu 02. Here's Zulu 08. Looks like 208 almost, but another jar. Just going to try and match the corner as much as possible, flush between the base and this. Pre-drilled hole. Okay, and that's pretty good. Gonna flush this one up and the second screw in this. Get the metal pieces out and feel the flush. That's good. Nice. That really stiffened that up quite a bit. I think what I'm going to do now, because these are tight, it's not going anywhere. I'm going to go ahead and put the long one in here. So I'm going to put this flush with this inside. That should line this up. So I can put the other screws in. Oh, that's stripped. That's not good. Try not to put so much on it next time. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's not good. These aren't tight enough. Shoot. See, that's what I didn't want to have happen. But I suppose I could. See, this corner here is not tight. So I wasn't quite on when I drilled the hole. It actually moves about over an eighth of an inch due to the slop in the holes. I'd rather it be tight and that the seam come together tightly. So, see, that's what I didn't want to have happen. Oh well, I guess just push it together, and if it's not perfectly flush, it's not perfectly flush. The corner I want to be tight, the seam. Okay. And there is one more hole here. 2 holes, actually. It's not too far off. About a 1/16 of an inch, but okay. I think I'm going to go do the same thing on the other corner before I do the rest of these in the middle here. So on this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to push the corner together first before I sink my self-tapping screws. Get the corner lined up and square, push them together, push this one together so that the corners come together in the same location. Get one started. Hold the thumb to keep it flush. Oh, yeah. It's one of those things I think that the manufacturer could do better in having these pre-drilled or something. I mean, there's quite a bit of slop too. See, now I've actually pulled it beyond the edge. I'm about a 1/16 off. I guess the play is good from the standpoint that if you are a little bit off, it can be forgiving, but my concern is putting the panels in now, that they actually fit. They're not too loose that they flop out. So in any event, I'll just try and keep the corner together, push these together, and then have these be flush as possible with the inside beam, inside of this base beam. I think I'm going to actually do this in now. You know, this is actually a 1/16 of an inch longer than the base beam because it's shifted down a little bit. Let's see. It's a greenhouse. Done. Okay. sure this is still square. Okay, and get L10 alpha screwed down. Just verify that the inside of the corner is flush with the base. Yep, it's still flush, both base beam and both little sill plate. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Make sure they're equidistant here. Oh, that's nice though. That's almost the perfect distance apart. No big gap, and it's not too tight. Start with this side. Hold my thumb on the inside. Line up the channels between the two pieces. That's probably more critical than anything, is to make sure the channels line up so the panel will fit in. I'm a little bit concerned that all that holds this onto the base are these little self-tapping screws. I might need to look at doing something different to try and bind these two pieces together. Try and keep the wind from pushing it out. It'd probably be fine, but the way that they're even stripping a little bit, and this really light gauge aluminum makes me a little nervous. But even if I could, you know, take, for instance, I could take a piece of steel or something and go from these uppers, drill a plate down and go directly into the slab. Maybe something like a hurricane tie into the, but we'll see. Biggest thing is just to get it together at this point. Put my two other screws in, make sure that that's interesting. That's not going to work. That is not going to work because that plinth is pushing this in. So I'm going to have to pull that off and cut that off. I can leave the edges, I suppose. Let me take a look at that, because that doesn't... The ones on the edge are not a problem because those are skinnier channels. I'm going to grab my Sharpie and try and scribe a line. If a Sharpie will work with it this cold out. Nice thing is that the screws should hold it all together. The self-tapping screws. Question is this steel or aluminum? So I drew a line there where I'm going to go ahead and cut this. Question is what tool should I cut it with? Is this steel or is this aluminum? Oh, there we go. That answers the question. This is steel. So trying to use just regular wood tools like you can on aluminum at times, probably not advisable. If I use the abrasive bit, it'll melt the coating off. I had a portaband or a bandsaw. I have a metal blade for my oscillating saw. My sawzall would be too aggressive, I think. Wood. Carbide. That's a metal blade. Let's use that. siding's not holding up anyway. Buy some black paint, I guess. Abrasive chop saw will take care of it. My line's gone now, but see where I hit it with the musculator. All right. Yeah. Might be too long now, but we'll see. Wrong side. Yeah, it's still too long. Take about another 1/8 of an inch off of it. Okay, that looks better. All right, that's way better. So now I'm going to go ahead and sink these middle self-tapping screws. Together as much. I guess that's where it's going to be. Make sure we're flush with the rail. Okay. Good, how did that? They lined up more before, but now they're not that far off. Maybe it'll pinch the panel a little bit. Don't know, we'll see. Okay, just make sure these aren't too loose. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Self-tapping screws. All I did was use the holes. It says only 8 of them on here. So I was only supposed to do the screws in the back wall base beam, apparently. We'll see how it goes. It would seem to me it'd be better off doing them both so that they're not flopping around, but we'll see. All right, so I did this part here now. So now we're going to do the wall assembly on the side wall, L03A to each L08C. L08C. I'm going to assume that the 2 holes go up on these 2. L08C. Oh, those go down. Okay. So they're these side pieces. And 0 with a 3, 3A. Take the there. L03A and L03B. I'm going to move these over here. make sure that I had the holes. Oh, these holes look like they're equidistant from the end. Yeah. One will go here. One will go over here. Oh, that's not. Hold that. Okay. Place L08 Charlie on the base plinth and fix L03A onto L08C using S01 and M01. Use a powered screwdriver to drill the self-tapping screws through the sills, L08C and base plinth, C2. The screws should be evenly spaced to ensure a neat appearance. The recommended spacing is 460 millimeters. Install the L03 alpha with the side with the hole facing up. Okay, so you can see there's this end. It's the middle little rib. The top of the rib has two holes in it. Make sure that those are up. All right. So the question becomes, does it go on the inside or the outside? It looks like it goes on the inside. Let's against the wall. That's interesting. Okay, and I'll do the other one. Oops. Holes up. Okay. Well, they're really wanting you to just put these pieces in without not anything holding them up. I'm gonna grab the end, the little middle piece here and put it in. I don't know what they're getting at with just putting all of the pieces up. Yeah, 23B. So I'm gonna grab the 23Bs and hook those up before I do the base plate. Okay. Here it is. All right. This kind of reminds me of an erector set. Yes, this is making me feel so much better about leaving these upright like this. I was thinking about putting these, screwing them down. I wanted to check to make sure they're the right length. This one's a little bit too long. There we go, I pushed it down a little bit. Making sure that the corner comes to the corner. Get this out of the middle of here. Line up the corners. Okay. One end and the other. It's interesting to me they drilled 2 holes right next to each other there. Those are more space like I would expect. Well, I guess there is one here too. I missed. There's one there too. Weird. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many does it call out? Says to put 8 in the back. I counted those 16 already. 8 and 8. And then 16 in the front. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's just interesting. Oh, I see why. It's because that's where the riser comes up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but there's 6. Six and 2 would only be 8. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I'm just going to put them all in, and then if I need more, I could go buy some more. The hardware store. Because there are 2, one on either side of this post. There's 2, one on either side of that post. That's the way it is over here also. So yeah, I'll just keep driving them in where there's a hole. All right. So that's 12. 6 and 6. So it must be the little one goes in the middle. Well, I guess this is going to have one there also. I see. So before I go too much farther, I do want to make sure that these pieces that go in these middle parts, they're going to line up with the holes. So an L02A. What's that? L02A. Oh, weird. It says to do that everywhere. There's only 2A. L26C. Let's try the back. 26. A. L26G. L26B. There's L26C. Okay, that's got the 2 on the top, so it's going to match that like that. Yep, that looks like it. Good. So that's why you want the 2 holes on the top, because otherwise this won't fit right. Okay. Yep. And I'm assuming that all the way around it's going to be the same thing. So this doesn't go here, but you know the holes line up. So drive on. 26C. I'm just going to set these in this box as they go back here. All right. Just figure out where I was when I wanted to do that verification. So I've done those 2. I put the screws into the base rail, put the screws in the front here. So now I'm needing to apparently put in these corner pieces, which are L01 Alpha and L01 Bravo. L08 Echo and L08 Foxtrot are going to be, I suspect the 2 front base rail base plates, and then place L08 Echo and L08 Foxtrot on the base plinth and fix L01 Alpha and L01 Bravo onto L08 Charlie and L08 Echo and L08 Foxtrot using the bolt and screws. Use a powered screwdriver to self-tap. So this is just matching what we did on the back in the front now. So I'm looking for the piece that's got the rounded corner on it for the very edge. Here they are. Oh, those have the hooks on them. L01 Bravo. Question becomes which hook side of the hook goes up. It's not marked on here. The hook on the door. Where's the hook on the door? I would assume we would want it on the top because that would be more hand level. If it were on the bottom, you'd have to. And the other thing is that the gravity would pull the hook down, so hook goes on the top. Assuming Alpha on the left, Bravo on the, well, I guess how you're looking at it. Alpha on the left, Bravo on the right, yes. Yep. Okay. I better get to it before it falls off. Then it goes on the outside. Should have found that other piece first. Okay. So I need that other little piece for the base plate, which is .08 Echo and Foxtrot. They look exactly the same. I wonder why they're different. According to this, Echo goes on the left and Foxtrot on the right. That was not good. So I'd say let's go ahead and use the self-tapping screws. Self-tap that guy. You. Let's put the corner in first. Don't fall. Now it's gonna break it. Bend it, Funky. I think it'll be okay. Just hold this guy. Okay, there it is. Fleshy, fleshy. Flesh on the inside, flesh on the outside. Nice, nice. Loosen the corner together. Nice. And then flush, flush, flush. Nice. All right, what's next? So we've got these ones up. It'd be really nice to get the crossbars on. And that's what it is. So L23 Bravo and L23 Charlie, and I already did Bravo.
So I need to put the Charlie on. L23 Charlie. These have a hole in them. You sure these are the right ones? 23 Charlie doesn't have holes in the top like the other ones do. All of the 23 Charlies? There are holes, but there's only one hole. Okay. So that is interesting though. Because the single hole is on the bottom on the 23 Bravos. Fix L23 Bravo, 23 Charlie onto L01 Alpha, L01 Bravo, L03 Alpha, L01 Echo, and L01 Foxtrot using the bolts and the screws. We don't have, oh, the bolts and the nut, I guess. The bolt and the nut. So according to this, the single hole goes on top, but the ones in the back, the double holes go on the top. Interesting. L23 Charlie, the hole needs to be on the top. So I'm going to mount it so the hole is up. Nice to have told you that. Let's see. Some assembly required. Pull up. The only concern is that these ones are upside down there's a single hole. There's a double hole on the back and a single hole on the side. So if I need to, I'll flip those around. So we've done this part. Now it says we need to put together L10 Charlie. Have to go across the front. L10 Charlie, L23 Golf, L26 Alpha, and L26 Bravo. And I need the splice plate D317. D317. Let these go down in the face. And L10 Charlie. L10 Charlie right there. Which way? So one bolt's on, but where does the other? Oh, on the upper. So this goes with the flange in the back. That was off. Once in frame. Try and a little bit more this way, maybe. There. That will go like this. Nice. Ooh, this is not good. I'll probably take this off now. My stiffener. Alright, now we'll find the two upright pieces. '26 Bravo, 26 Alpha, L26A and L26B. That's H. This is L26A. Ah, okay. Kind of interesting. So there are screws in that for the splice plate. Going to put this back. Actually, I'll leave it up here because I bet that goes close to where that other one is. Probably forget where I put it.
Okay, we're going to try and figure out what is next. So we've got the screws, which are already in there. We've still got those bolts. We've got the splice place. We have 23 Golf, which is a short little guy. So I've got the uppers. I need to get 23 Golf. '23 Echo. Bet they're in this bundle with these. There they are, 23 Golf. '23 Golf was bundled with 23 Echo. Okay. No holes in these. I know these splice plates go in here. Okay. Then grab one of these guys. I'm going to need a Phillips screwdriver. Number 2 probably. I'm not sure how this goes. Get this on first. Okay, that's rather interesting. Because that does not line up with this. That's not tight. Well, this could push over some more, but I think that's how it shows it goes. Okay, well, let's. It does look like it goes there. Just doesn't fit very well at the bottom. Okay, so let me look a little closer at this. Yeah, those are the screws, like that. And this looks like it's supposed to fit on the inside? Yeah, there's no way. Plus that doesn't match what everything else is doing. Well, how is that supposed to be possible? Yeah, I don't think that's right. I think it goes on the outside like that. Okay. And then this is another piece goes across there, I bet. And how does this line up? Ah, like that. That makes sense. Yep, so just do the same thing on the other side. Yeah, this drawing doesn't make much sense L10C. I guess that's the bottom of it, which does look like that. But this point here, B, it doesn't look like that. It's on the back side. So I don't see how, with that splice plate there, you'd have to bend the flange in order to get that to work. If it's supposed to be flush on the back side. All right, we'll do the same thing on the other side. No, this one's on the outside too. Just where it lines up. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty cool, but that's why I want to build it up a little bit. So I like stepping over something more than I like whamming my head into something. So if I can, build it up a little bit, and we'll be able to have a step over the threshold. I'll be able to get in the door without whacking my head on the. That'll also keep it up a little bit to dry it out more if it's rainy and wet and icky in the winter time. It won't be exposed to quite so much water and dirt and mud and stuff. The dirt blows on and it's all wet. It'll be around the rim of it, not on it. See, it's coming together. It's neat. See, so we've got that done. All right, so L07 Bravo, L07 Charlie, L26 Charlie. So we'll be putting the edge pieces on. and the back piece is on. They don't go all the way though. Okay, there's this one, so. L9. Top. L7. That's probably it. L7 Bravo and Charlie. Bravo's the shorter one. All right, so the two in the middle. There's two holes. Okay, one hole. I might go grab my All right, there we go. My hardware stand. Yeah. I think the first thread on this guy might be buggered. Put it the other way. There's one go that I dropped. Yep, that one's got a booger. Did not work on another one though. Yeah, that one worked just fine, so got a mist die. I'm gotta make sure that I'm putting those on right. What I'm concerned about is that it goes on the back side, and that's where it is. Yeah, it goes on the back side. That's where I put it. Okay. All right. Enough funning around.
Stiffen that up a little bit. The ends came together, jammed together. Cool. Right there. Alright, so that's the side pieces. Okay, side piece, middle piece, the Bottom, what's the bottom? Oh, the back side. I gotta do L26 Charlie. Remember the two holes go up. And follow these holes. From outside. It's a bad one. Alright, so that's the back and the top. Now we are on to the back ones, the top pieces. Now we're going to do the little inner ribs, inner verticals, which are L02 alpha.
Now we're going to move our attention over to the wall assembly, page 25. We're going to put Lima 02 alphas up in these spaces like they'd be studs or something in a wall, but the vertical pieces that aren't the ones we already put in with the cross bracing. So now we're just going to put the ones in that go in each of these vertical locations that we haven't put in yet. So we need to fix Lima 2 Alpha, 8 pieces to Lima 08 Charlie and Lima 07 Charlie using the bolts. Slide a bolt S01 into each Lima 02 Alpha bolt channel. One is to fix Lima 23 Charlie. So it looks like it's just a single. So we'll go ahead and see how that looks. If I have to flip any of these horizontal pieces over, I'll do it. Let's see. 02 Alpha. I'm not seeing any holes in these. What's interesting is that it shows there's one bolt that goes here to Lima 23 Charlie, but I'm not seeing a hole in the actual vertical piece. So I'm not sure. I'm going to put the bolts in top and bottom and then assess what that looks like. Unless it slots in, that might very well be. Yeah, okay. So it appears like these bolts slot in this middle channel rail of the rail. So then if that is the case, that's why it doesn't matter which side, whether it's up or down. Let's see. Yeah. Let's try the top ones first. This is a good point, though. I should probably put the bolt in. This is going to be an interesting challenge. So I guess probably putting the middle one in is the best bet. Getting it started at least so that you can then, I guess I could flip it out too a little. The problem is getting it in the channel when it's bolted in, so to speak. All right. Nothing's super easy so far, because now I got the challenge of getting both sides on the outside. There we are. All right, let's try and pull this one in from the bottom. It works. It's actually not too bad. It's just problem is holding it now. Like, yeah. There we are. Did say this is a two-person job, which having someone hold it while the other person puts the nuts in would probably be very beneficial. Once you get it started, it's not too bad. But the first bolt or two in, it's not too bad, especially the center one. The center one and one on the top. So I think I might try to put this one in from the bottom. This one is actually mounted with the single on the bottom, which I don't think it's going to matter too much, but the single hole. That's the way the other one is too, so stick this through the single hole, put the nut on it. All right, and then put the top in. And try not to knock it over while I kneel in the corner. Okay. Put the rest of them in now on this side. I am curious to determine how the panels will be held in. They just slot in. It seemed like, I think that's what the little self-tapping screws are for, but we'll find out. There is quite a bit of play in these holes. Got about better part of a 1/4 inch, I think, if you move it side to side. Up and down, not so much. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. Okay. I do think it's good to put all of the side ones in and get at least 1 or 2 bolts so that they're secured and they're not flopping around while you're working on the rest of it. Putting the rest of the bolt and nuts on. One in the top and one in the slot in the middle. My last inner rib. Now to my last 3. Definitely taking shape. It's much more like a little room now with all of these vertical ribs in. Okay, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. How'd I get? Unless I missed one on the other side. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. I must have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. I was counting ones I'd put in before. That's why. So there's only this one, and this one, and that one. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. Yep, 15 for those. Okay. So we've done the wall assembly with Lima 02 Alpha. And, oh wow, it's telling us to put panels in already. So Lima 02 Delta, and Yankee 2, Y2 panels. Okay. Well, I'll go grab the panels. What would happen if I put these inside and then the camera can see them? I'm assuming the long ones are the side panels. Those might be the roof panels. Oh, Y10 or Y6. Oh, they're multiple. That one's a little bit shorter than the other ones. So Y10 is this little bit shorter than the longest ones. The longest ones look like Yankee 6, Y6 panels. And how many? I'm not seeing the label on these. Other end, maybe. Okay. That's the plastic on the outside, not tape. Okay. All right. So these are Y2. Yankee 2 panels. Trying to lean it up against the hose reel stand. So if there's anything, put the panels Y1, Y4, and Y9 into positions. Okay, I went to the wrong page. Y2. Attention, remove the protective film from both sides of each polycarbonate panel before inserting into aluminum channels. Ensure the milky white surfaces face toward the sun. Lima 02 Delta 6 pieces as shown. Okay, those are the top panels that go in. So apparently these panels only go on the front and on the back. Yankee 2. And then the white goes out to the outside world. Oh, weird. Because that white looks like it comes off. Unless it's supposed to stay on. If it comes off that easily, it's not going to last very long with the wind here. Yeah. So my concern about putting the panels in so far is that how you tighten those nuts with a 10mm wrench. I just want to make sure I can get a wrench on there. Where did I put the wrench? Oh. No, it's not loose, but it's definitely, you can definitely do it, but it's pushes out a little more than I'd like to on the panel, but yeah, it'll work. Did it say to tighten them yet? From both sides of each polycarbonate panel, the milky white film faces toward the sun. So I'd assume that comes off too then. It just happens to be the side that's meant to go toward the sun. Okay. I can't see much of a difference between either side, but assume the white side goes out. It's interesting how they kind of cling to each other. You're pulling both sides off at the same time. This panel and then the next one. I already did the other side when I pulled the other panel apart. The edges of these are kind of knocked off. Corner's not quite lining up here. That's not good. It's not going into the channel, it's kind of going around the channel. There we go, that time it went in. All right, 2 front panels. Corner ones are kind of challenging. The important part is getting it started in that channel, especially on the corner. Squirt it up a little bit. Yeah, that's not lining up very well. It's too bad. It's almost like I need to slip it back. I'll just leave it. It's probably fine. It's a greenhouse, not a precision instrument. Okay. Tension preload. Oops. Of course, they put the attention at the bottom. Preload S01 on. That's for the L01 Alpha Bravo Echo and Foxtrot. Preload the bolts and nut on. How do you preload a bolt and nut? Lima 26 Alpha, Lima 26 Bravo, Lima 26 Charlie. Okay. So I suspect there might be another slotting that goes on. So let me go find Lima 02 Delta. Need to find all these. And Lima 2 Deltas. And then I just need to put the bolts in them, apparently, before I put on the Lima 26 Delta. Oh, there were Lima 2 Deltas, right? Lima 26 is the vertical. Yeah, Lima 26 Charlie, and Lima 26 Delta is the middle one. So these are Lima 02 Deltas. There's a channel on these. I'm not sure why you would load it before. So there's just a hole on one side. And according to the directions, the hole goes up, which makes sense because you already have the panel in there. But why you would need to preload them is beyond me. It helps to slip the panel into the slot. one more. One problem I've noticed is that this bottom doesn't line up quite right. And so it might be because of how I put the screw in here, but the panel doesn't sit like it should. Nope, there it went. Get the. How many nuts do I need? Keep coming back to wanting a little screwdriver to kind of drift the hole in. Oh wow. There's quite a ways down to go. There. That needs drifted. one more in, then I'll go hunt down that one I threw on the backside. This is kind of a problem. I've cut off my supply of aluminum extruded structural members, so I have to go all the way around now. That should take care of page 26. I'm not sure what it shows here for 26A, B, C, and D. I guess it's just these pieces here. But I don't preload them. I don't know quite what they meant by that, because we haven't done the top. I guess that's, if I preload them, I don't have any way to put anything on them. Anyway, let's move to the next page. Put the panel Yankee 1, Yankee 4, and Yankee 9 into position. Okay. It says Yankee 6, so let's put Yankee 6. So we'll put all the sides on. That's going to be a big win, because that's a big, significant number of the side panels, and then I should be able to get a lot of the panels out of there, other than the roof panels. So Yankee 6, Yankee 4, Yankee 9, Yankee 1. Interesting. Yankee 1 goes crisscross, and Yankee 4 goes crisscross. And then this, okay. So that's why it said to pre-populate these nuts and bolts on the ends on the top, because apparently the next piece, Lima 26 Golf and Hotel, just slips into those, it keys into them. So I'm not quite sure why you would need to put them in first, other than the panel gets in the way. We'll see. A lot of panels to put in. Yankee 9. Yankee 7 must be the ceiling panel. There's Yankee 10. So Yankee 6. Maybe I read it upside down. Yankee 7. Maybe it's 6 and I read it upside down. Yeah, Yankee 6. Try and just lay these down. All right. That. The ones on the edges have definitely gotten beat up pretty good in shipping. The corner pieces. Okay. Yankee 6. Y6 panel. White goes out again, I'd assume. Ugh. Well, this got a little bit of tension on it. It's not in all the way yet. There we go. And that squared that up. Get the bottom rail to seat in. There we go. If they're even, Steven. Yep. Ooh. Challenge is getting it past the first little bit. There it is. What was this one about? Nope, it's still in there. It's going to be harder when I can't get to both sides to get the bottom in. pretty cool sound when it goes in. And then there were two. I was thinking I'd be able to put it all together without the panels, just to get the dimension of it, but it seems to be going together pretty well, and I don't have to worry about it being too heavy to move or something. Hopefully I'll be able to put some wheels under it and move it later. I had a glass one before that was kind of challenging because of the glass panels were easily broken. Oh. Okay. Some genius put the bolt in backwards. is. Last panel on the side. I'm going to try to yank this box edge off to get a little more space in there. It's getting harder to see what I'm doing. This is taped. I need to shear this tape here. There we go. So I'm going to go ahead and start the bolts and nuts in these top pieces here that will then key into these pieces. Lima 26 Golf and Hotel. Lima 26 Golf goes in the front, Lima 26 Hotel goes in the back. And I suspect it has to do with there's 3 posts on the back and 2 on the front. It'll be interesting to see how many extra bolts and nuts there are. I've had one missed thread so far that appears to have been dyed wrong or got messed up somehow in manufacturing. The nut wouldn't start. Multiple nuts wouldn't start, but they'd work fine on other bolts. So all right, there's 16, 18. It's a ridge cap. makes me think it's bundled in with another one. Let me go look at the part list. Lima 26 Golf and Lima 26 Hotel. Oh, these are the ones I said over here. That's why I couldn't find them. Okay. This is Hotel. And it's got 3 rib slots. I'm just going to set it here and get the panels later. And this one will go across both. I'm going to have to watch my head. There. Okay. I'm going to start setting these panels up. That's Yankee 10. Yankee 10. Yankee 9. Or are there 3 Yankee 9s? Pretty sure Yankee 9 2 goes in, 2 go in the middle, in the back, yeah. So there's a 3rd Yankee 9 for somewhere. All right, cool. Knew it. I knew I was gonna do that. Yankee 4s, Yankee 1s and Yankee 4s. Another, it's a Yankee 11, Yankee 11, Yankee 11, Yankee 3, 3, Yankee 8, Yankee 4, Yankee 4, and more Yankee 9s and Yankee 1s. Here's a Yankee 1s. Yankee 1s go front, right, back, left. Well, that don't match. I'll put them where they belong. How's that? But it says one side's milky and the other's not. I don't see a milky side. Both these sides look the same to me, so I don't. But I'm going to put it where it says to put it. The Yankee 1s. Apparently he's on the ground. Yankee 1. So according to this, it goes on this side. So I guess that does make sense with the white being out. Okay. The other back side with the white out. Yankee 9. There it is. Okay, now I can put the headache back in. This is the reason I want to build a stem wall and build it up a little bit, is to get this cleared above my head. So I'll step over. I don't mind stepping over a threshold, but I don't like whacking my head on things all the time. Oh, I missed one L9 panel. Yankee 9. Well, that's a Yankee 4. Yankee 9 is the square one, rectangular one. Yankee 4 is the one I missed. Didn't go in. Yeah, it did. There's no. That one's really low. Ick. These are not straight for some reason. Okay. There are holes in there that don't have bolts in them if I'm supposed to start another. Loose the nuts M01, L26, L26B, L26C, L26 Delta to allow L26G and L26H fitted in. After the screws are inserted into the U-shaped opening, it is necessary to adjust the structure and lock it. Adjust the structure and lock it. Must just be keying it. Keep putting them into the keyway on it. Okay. Now we put a little ridge support piece there, I guess. And that's L02 Charlie. Oh, and that one's slotted in somehow too. So slide S01 into the channel of Lima 02 Charlie. So that must hold something up. Attention, remove the protective films from both sides of each polycarbonate panel before inserting into aluminum channels. Ensure the milky white film faces toward the sun. Put the glazing panels Yankee 3 and Yankee 8 into position. Lima 2 Charlie comes with Lima 4 Alpha. Okay, I see. And so Lima 2 Charlie only has one end with 2 holes in it. And then we'll slide one of the bolts inside of the track once we get it up. Our ridge pole support essentially. I'll start one into the slot. Okay. I'm getting low on hardware. I hope that's a good sign. Okay. And a bolt down the middle in the slot. Okay. And then we were looking for the triangular pieces. Watch your head, low bridge. Okay. Yankee 3 and Yankee 8. Yankee 8. Try and place these so I'm not as confused. Roughly the right area. Yankee 8. Okay. One more. Oh no, this corner got really messed up. Okay, put the glazing panels in. We did that. Top assembly. So we're going to put the pieces on the ridge, ends of the ridge. So we need part Lima 01 Charlie and Lima 01 Delta. And I guess we're supposed to put the preload the bolts on Lima 01 Charlie and Lima 01 Delta before fixing them into L01 Alpha and L01 Bravo. So Charlie and Delta go on the front and Delta, I guess they're both the same. See, so Charlie goes on the left, Delta goes on the right. Load. Load. Charlie. Delta. Another buggered bolt. So I'm putting the bolts on the ends like it said. All right. Duck, duck, duck. Right. Top assembly, if the holes are not aligned, it may be due to uneven foundation. So we're going to go ahead and put these all together. Like the piece goes all the way across there. It's L01 Charlie and L01 Delta, which are inside. And then it's interesting, it had me put the nuts on those already when I'm going to have to take them off in order to put them back on, apparently. So there's a D17, Delta 17, Delta 309 plate. Delta 309 apparently goes probably there. Delta 17 at the top, Delta 309 at the point where the top of the door comes together. Golf and hotel. Here are the 309. It's interesting, the sticker, that can't read the sticker on it. Oh, there it is. Delta 309. I suspect they'll go set them in on the hose reel stand, and I need the Delta Delta 17. Interesting, there are 4 of these as well. Maybe they go inside and out, or maybe they go on some pieces in the middle, for the middle of the ridge. Okay. There it is. There. Oh. So how am I supposed to get... Apparently these panels move enough to get those bolts in. I don't know if this is on the in frame, probably not. Well, you see, I can't get these in because there's all this stuff in the way. So probably I should have put these in beforehand. Let's do this. And I can't really take that out of there either. I guess I can lift these out because they're not too... I guess I did put them in pretty tight. Try to lift... Ow. Oh, that's not good. Oh, frustration. Let me take that off there before I have it fall on my head. But as you can see over here, I'll have to get all of these through before I can put this on. Okay. Trying to get these two started. I've already got one over here. I need to get the other one. I finger tighted those up pretty tight. That one's in. Ah. That one's in. Okay. Oh, shoot. Kind of a balancing act. Okay, we're back down and both bolts are in. This panel is not behaving. Okay, these two are in. Good. And what else I need to start here? What's that one for? I bet I need both of those. So I'm putting these two in as well. Get it started again. Of course, this panel is out like that. Ah, and two. My fingers are freezing. Goes a little more down. Yeah, maybe not. Let's try and get one of these plates on. Those two don't even line up. What? Well, start with the end, I guess. Yeah, it says to put those two in. I did that, but they don't line up. Oh, okay, I see. I think I see. Then doesn't help that the edge of this one angle piece is all bent up. There it went. Okay. That's it's got to go on top. I'm going to go ahead and put this bottom one in so that the others will have to align with it now. Put the one in on the corner, the bottom of the ridge. Okay, that's closer. Let's go ahead and get this out of here. I'm not doing down low work anymore. Okay. Oh, weird. So the trick is the 90-degree angle doesn't go down, the 90-degree angle goes up. So it's like that. And all of them fit miraculously. Okay. Take this in real quick and show what that looks like. Can kind of see what it was looking like from inside. Put the other side on now. There we go. It's a wee bit of a challenge. Okay, I've got to get this one back up a little bit to get. There we are. No, but still not quite. There it is. The challenge there was getting these pieces on the right side of this front channel here. All right. Another, what is it, Delta 307 piece on this corner. Delta 309, pardon me. And it goes the funky way. All right. A wee bit like herding cats, trying to get all these bolts and nuts that are just floating around the line. All right, 2 down. Oh. And that's so weird that I have to take those nuts off again, off that peak. I suppose they tell you to put the nut on it so that it doesn't fall off when you're messing around with it, to keep the bolt in the hole. Oh, and there goes the nut. Okay. And almost. There we are. Now the trick is getting one started before it falls off. There's one. And I'll slide the bottom one up and in. And notched it in. Challenge is it's wanting to slip out, and I can't tighten it very well. All right. That's what that looks like. I got this one on. That one on. Now to do the same thing on the back side. We have the top assembled here on this end, on the peak gable. So we need to do this other end now. Remember to start these so that you can get them into the plate. That one fell off the backside. This panel might not be in all the way. And then the top of this piece is a little bent or something. Those little bolts are the pain to keep in there. I have more on the floor than I do in the bucket left. There we go. I'm going to try to get this plate on. Remember, it goes upside down than you'd think it would. Definitely stiffens it up to get the pieces in place. Of course, I can't get it on there until, oh, this one's bent too, that's why. The little edge piece here gets bent and then makes it really hard to get it keyed in, slotted in. Part of the problem is that those little skinny pieces are right where these bolts go to. Little skinny pieces that bend easily at the end here. There's something happened. That was one of the more difficult members to install. I have to still take these nuts off here. I'm going to do that now. Oh, then I pulled it off. Nice thing is I do have that one end bolted down now, so less likely to pull up. All right. My ridge plate here. From the bottom, it slots in. That one started first so it doesn't slip down. The nice thing about that one too is it's also in the slot so it won't spin like the other ones will without an open end wrench on the back side of the head. There we are. All right, that is in. Not tight yet, but it's in. Ouch, sharp. Okay, and so now we can move on to the next step. So we got this side on, we put these plates on, and we are ready to install the middle. Well, that's going to be fun because we've got to get this up in the middle. So we've got Lima 03 Bravo and Lima 23 Echo Delta 17s. We've already used a couple of those. I think we have a couple more. So I'm trying to figure out, there's, well, there we go, one in the middle. So this one looks like it's part way back. Second space up from the far back, Delta 17. And then this L23 is another one of those cross pieces we used. One of the smaller ones, I forget where it was. I guess these are the bigger ones. The L23s are the smaller ones. So we get that, and then we'll get the top on, put these ridge plates on. But it looks like they're, yeah, okay, so the edges on each side get this configuration, and then this is the peak, the ridge cap, the ridge beam. Fix glazing bars L03B to the eaves and the ridge using the bolt nut. Fix plate Delta 17, so that's for the peak, and then L23. Lima 23 will go into the rib. So I'm trying to figure out which way it faces. So it looks like it's going to, when I'm reading this, it's going to face toward us with the inside of the rib. So we'll see how that works. It might be able to go either way, but all right, I'm going to go find Lima 03 Bravo. There are 3 Lima 23 Echoes. Start bringing some of it over. All right. Let's get the ridge. So there, on these are 2 holes in one end, 2 holes on the other end. Looks like these might be reversible. 2 holes on each end, and all the slots seem to be symmetrical. So this has to go in the slot here, in the wall. Oh, this is going to be fun. Trying to do this alone, we'll see. I guess the option would be to put the L23 in. Let's see how that goes. Nope, that ain't gonna work. Let's try to get this one here started with a nut on it. That way the jack will just hinge. This guy in. And hopefully I'll have a triangulation that will hold this up as I get this nut on here. There you are. And then I need to start the other side of this L03 Bravo. And see how much less time it takes me to figure out the other side. Nice thing is the hardware's a lot closer. Kind of fun to see the roof line taking shape. All right. So looks like they put the bolts in from the other side, but I don't really think it's going to matter. The plate's on the side that it says, but I have a L23 Echo in. Top assembly. So now it looks like we're going to put a ridge cap on. L06 Bravo, Lima 06 Charlie. It's nice not being quite so cold out that I don't feel like my hands are going to burn off from the cold. Just get as much frostbite. So here's the shorter Lima 06 Bravo, Lima 06 Charlie, the longer one for the front. It's got to go underneath. Or does it? If I try and put it on top, it won't work because the tubing gets in the way. So it's got to go underneath. The challenge is getting it to, there it goes. There. Come on, there we are. Get one of them in. Thought I was so smart bringing these panels inside. Now they're in the way. Let's go get the other side before I start moving this so much more. Amazing how much easier the side that's all bolted together already is to get in alignment. That's nice. There it is. Not sure why that is not falling into place. Let's move the panels. For some reason this is not pulling into place. There we go. Not quite there. 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 So the challenge was getting it to go all the way out so that it would be at the maximum peak, maximum height, and it's hard to fight against that when there's that much sag. All right, so it's lined up now. I might go ahead and tighten this a little bit more here. Okay. Well, we're getting closer to the end here. So we got the top ridge beam in. And then Lima 02 Bravos will need to go in the spaces now between 3 each. So 6 if you count the other side also. And then it's saying we need to slot in two bolts into the slot on Lima 02 Bravo. Then we put, it's pretty straightforward. If you don't, I hope everyone can see this. You just put 2 bolts on each end and then also slide 2 bolts into the slot. I'm running out of the big pieces. The door is going to take quite a bit of time too, I imagine. Most of the pieces I think are left over for the door. Three and three. Yep, that's really smart to put the panels inside, kicking over them half the time. So, slot bolt 1, slot bolt 2. Looks like there are notches in it, but they appear to be symmetrical also. One down. And the last nut on the ridge for the roof ribs. Okay. Now I'm just going to quickly, before I do anything more, make sure that I have all 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and 12. It'll be a pain to do it later if I have to pull it off and put those in there. So that one's done. All right, so need to find Lima 23 Bravo, 2 each at Lima 23 Charlie and Lima 05 Bravo. It looks like Lima 05 Bravo goes up between here and here maybe, and on the ridge. And then Lima 23 Bravos go in between, but down here. No, it says in the middle. Oh, okay, I see. So that's what these are for. Oh, you gotta measure them then? So I guess they're gonna be where they're gonna be based upon where they work. So I'm gonna go gather those up. I don't know where the L23 Bravos are. I'm going to start cutting some of these other last bundles apart and see if they're in one of the larger bundles. Now there's L23 Charlie. Okay. So I guess I was thinking they look different than they do. So L23 Charlie are these long ones. L23 Bravo goes in the back, and L23 Charlie goes in the front. L23 Bravo is missing still. But what's strange is it only takes 2 of these, so 23 Bravo, I must have said it somewhere. This is where 23 Bravo is on this side. So let me still confused how that goes. It goes that way. Oh, because it doesn't cross this rib here, but it will sit flat. Okay, and so that's what these two, middle bolts are for. The question is top or bottom. I'm going to do top. Have the hole on the top of the member here. Slide it up until I can get a nut to hold it up. I thought there were just little ones that were in the middle, but that makes sense that you wouldn't have a whole bunch of little ones. There'd be less strength. All right, pin it into this rib. Okay. Almost wonder if they didn't pack it wrong. I have another 23 Charlie. Let's wait and see. Rather than two 23 Bravos. Yeah. I'm just planting the nuts to grow the greenhouse. That's what it is. I'm sowing nuts for the greenhouse to grow on the ground. Not sure how the bolts figure in when I drop half of them, but okay. Echo. I have another 23 Charlie. Well. And I can't imagine what else they'd be used for. So my suspicion is that these are extra 23 Charlie and I'm missing 23 Bravo. Because these are 23 Bravo that I already put on here. I'm going to keep going, and I might need to modify the 23 Charlie to make a 23 Bravo, but I don't know. 23 Bravo. How many 23 Bravos are there supposed to be in the bomb? 26 23 Bravos and 4 23 Charlies. Yeah, see, they've got their bomb wrong. Where's another 23 Bravo go, though? 6 23 Bravos and 4 23 Charlies. So you can see I've got 6 23 Charlies. There's 23 Charlie, 23 Charlie, 23 Charlie, 23 Charlie. I have 6. And the bomb calls for 4. There's supposed to be 6 23 Bravos. So, yeah, because the back. See, this is 23 Bravo here. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 5, 6. Yeah, so I'm going to have to modify those according to the math I have. Versus bomb. 23 Bravo needs 6. I only have 4. I have 6 23 Charlies instead of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that mystery is solved. Moving on. Let's see, to I don't know, I might just go ahead and modify those. I've got to put in the windows in the front. I can do that. Got the 5 Bravo in. What's this? Delta 26. I haven't done Delta 26 yet. Delta 26 is a splice plate that goes on the outside with screws. And find Delta 26. Here's Delta 26, and there's my head. Delta 26. Fix Delta 26 to Lima 06 Charlie from outside with self-tapping screws Zulu 08 using a powered screwdriver. I'm assuming that's where it goes. These are Zulu 02. We need Zulu 08. The Zulu 17. Look at the tools I found. And there's a little, that's kind of cool. Little Phillips screwdriver and a little 10 mil wrench. What's this one? 8, 10 and 8. I do think using the ratchet, I might even put it on the end of a cordless drill, might bear some fruit. Okay. The Zulu 08 screws are missing. Pulling some of this stuff out. These are Zulu 17. Zulu 02. Sierra 69. Delta 25. I'm just tired of having to look through all of the plastic. These little pipe clip things. Juliet 166. Leave the little plastic hardware in the things. Mike 01. Oh, here we are. Spare parts. Zulu 08 are in the spare parts. Well, of course, the parts you need are in the spare parts bag. All right, Zulu 04. There's some extra ones I throw on the floor all the time, so that's good. Zulu 02. 069. Here are little clip down things. Delta 14. Delta 114. Okay. Some little wedge pieces. Delta 45. I mean, I don't even need to, these are so unique looking, I don't even need to leave the label on those. This is, there are a lot of little parts and pieces here. All right, Zulu 4. What I came after, I have now, which is Zulu 8. I was so zealously throwing them all around. Oh, there's more of those edge clip things. Here we are. There, Zulu 08. So I need for putting on the ridge piece, I guess. There we are. And there's a pretty good dip in that roof. Going to, now that I found it, get my drill. Try and find a little 4-foot step ladder. And so it says here, which doesn't, it's got to be looking from the top. It's kind of odd how they have it here, but yeah, that's bizarre, but I'm going to go put that up there now. I don't think there are any marks, so hopefully it'll be pretty straightforward how it goes. I've already got it up there as a headache. possible headache. Ouch. And there's no marks. I'm going to come at it from a little different angle. There is a little seam down the ridge to line it up and center it, which is kind of cool. All right. Hopefully that took a little bit of the sag out of it. Probably not a lot of it. I bet the panels will help too with adding some rigidity. I would really like to modify these into Bravos. The problem is the geometry, well, no, it's still the same offset more or less. Oh. So I was just looking at this modification of the 23 Charlie, and this will fit here. This bolt here more or less will fit into this hole, but then what I was thinking about doing was, well, I guess if I can, no, I'll just try and make it be the same. I was thinking about just cutting it and using this hole, but it looks like it's a little bit too far in. So I think what I might do is cut one end off, use it as a or I could use another one of these, this style, use it as a template and cut these the right length. I probably should, come to think of it, pull a 23 Bravo off and just make it out of a template. That's what I'll probably do. Because I want to do that. I want to finish that part so I can move on. You. And then I'm going to modify the 23 Charlie to be a 23 Bravo. Oh, nice. The bolt vibrated out. But they look like I cut them the right length, so we'll put that back in there. They look really close, so that's good. So now I'm just gonna try and make that same angle on this side. Good. Now you can see I also need to copy this here. And more or less just eyeball that part. Oops. I'm going to mark the hole. Okay. Take the template off. Like that. Cut a 45-ish. Broken a lot of these, so I'm not sure I have the right size in here. It's a little small, and the next one up is going to be too big, I think. Well, let's try it. That's a 1/4. Yep, 1/4 inch. Clearly see the mark. Okay. It's not perfect necessarily, but should work. Go test fit it. Actually, the hole will work, the one I just drilled. Yep. Sure all 3 holes line up. And they do. And that 23 Charlie to 23 Bravo conversion is complete. Now I have another one to do and reassemble the part I took off. We should be good. Okay. And more trouble keeping track of this hardware. I think this time I'm going to give this a little bit of a snuggling, just to try to keep it from coming apart next time. Okay. I actually think I might try to drill the hole now to have it chucked up first thing. Okay, hole is drilled. Right, try to eyeball this again. All right. Put this one back. This one started. All right, Operation Modify 23 Charlie complete. Now I gotta reassemble the template. Okay, that. There. All right. Now we have a bomb that matches the actual delivered equipment, delivered pieces. Okay, so this was quite this is the most difficult part so far in terms of having to modify those 23 Charlies into 23 Bravos. So now it says put the windows together. So I need to get Lima 04 Alpha, Lima 04 Alpha, Alpha 03, which looks like the ones with the little pins in it. The window, I don't think I've seen a window. I'll have to assemble the window, I think. I think I skipped some of that in the beginning. Yeah, right door. Left door. There's the window. Maybe I'll move over to the, I think I'm going to go move over to the table and put together the doors and window. I'm looking forward to getting all this done. My shop is a mess right now. All right. Windows, doors. Left door, right door. Yankee 11 panels. And need the corner pieces. That must be what those things are. Delta 45. Lima 17. Lima 17. Lima 18. Eighteen. Now, Lima 9 Charlie. Okay, so 17 of the cross, 18 is okay, L16. Cross pieces are L17. These are cross pieces. L18 Bravo top. 18 Alpha is the bottom. L18 Bravo are, oh weird, one's the top, one's the bottom, depending on which side. Alpha on the right, Lima 18 Alpha on the right. And these go in here, apparently. Okay, that's not going in there as quickly as I thought they would. That one slipped right in. My bump hammer. Okay. Some of them just slip right in. Some of them don't. All right. It says Lima 16 and Lima 18, Charlie. Lima 16 and Lima 18. 16 goes on the outside. You gotta just do one of these panels at a time, so 18 Charlie and Delta. So let's do left door. So Delta, the other one. Huh. This says Delta has the thing on it. Yeah, okay. Doesn't show up on the image, but Lima 18, and then it also has these on it which don't show up on the image. But they should go there, and then 17 goes across, and I need the panels. Let's move these. Need the Yankee 11 panels. Okay. Panel. There are a bunch of screws in this sucker, so according to this, you're supposed to put the cross piece on first. Bottom, nope. Put the writing up. Okie doke. Really? The panel's a lot farther back than I thought it would be inside of the door. Oh boy. There we go. Come on, you. Oh no. That one's in. Why does that look so weird? Well, I guess that one's landed too, but the weird thing is why is that so far off? One side's upside down, I guess. That don't look right, does it? This bottomed out. It just looks weird with this here like this. L17, L18 delta. L16 alpha. L18 Delta. This goes, yeah, something's wrong. L18 Delta on the left door. That's what it says. Let me go see where. Because the problem is, if this opens, this is going to be at the bottom, not the top. And those hooks on the front are designed to go down from the top, not from the bottom. Yeah, so I just need to swap that. That needs to go on the other side. L18, Lima L18 Delta needs to go on the other side, even though it says it's not. I don't know. So funny, this was going together so well. Before I take this apart, let me just lay the other side down. Yeah, see? That'll be on the top here. Let's just make sure. So L18 Alpha is supposed to be on the top. Yeah, this one is right. It's supposed to be on the top. So that's L18 Charlie. Yeah, this is kind of a bizarre deal, but that looks more right to me than the other one. Pull this one off. It makes more sense to me, this one would go on this side. But let's try it and see. Because, well, I can show it once we get hung up, but if this was on the bottom, that latch on the front isn't going to fit into it. It's still wrong. Oh, but it does look like that one. Look at that, though. Yeah, it does match that. And the big thing is just that that hook is going to line up now if it flops out. Let me look at it one more time. Because it does still look kind of funny like that, but the difference is this hook is on the top now. If this is the left door, now if this is the right door, but thinking about it from the standpoint of where the hinge has to be, right door, L18 Charlie, this is L18 Delta. unless down is up and up is down. Lima 18 Bravo. Yeah, that's a Lima 18 Bravo. I'm putting it like this. I think that their drawing is wrong, or there's something wrong with what they show. All right. There it is. I'm gonna go put it in the door slot and see what it looks like. Yeah, it's backwards from the standpoint that the left is the right and the right is the left. Yeah, because that's wider than that, so that that seam can overlap at the top. Huh. And this will open. And this will latch here. So this is actually the right door. But it's the left door if it's from the inside. It's the right door if it's from the outside. Okay, well that's interesting. Interesting to say the least. There's a top. Both Lima 16 alphas. Come on, you. Okay, Bravo's the top. This is the top, yes. All right, that's the other door. So the challenge I ran into is that this lip on the top has to slip in. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I think on the top this slips in. But again, it's kind of these doors are kind of oddly built, in my opinion. I want to put them on before I put any self-tapping screws in. These still look really weird to me. All right, well, we got the main frame. Even if I have to swap the doors around, I can do that. Let's put the windows together. Those doors just are weird. Because the seams don't come together. It doesn't make sense to me how they come together. Some of them are square, some of them aren't. So I'm going to come back to that. 18D, 16A. I put one of them on either side, and the panels go together. And these go in here. Yeah, it's saying this flat part's supposed to come together here, and it doesn't look like that. It's not square. It's got a point at the end of it. So then I'm supposed to put these screws in once I get it together, but I'm not doing that until I'm satisfied that it's together right. I don't think this. I want to get further down the road. Let's do the window. The handle on it. See, because this is what's weird to me is you look at it here and it's got, I guess that one is kind of funky down there, but these come together in a point like that, and that just does not look what it looks like right now. All right, so let's do the window. Lima 12 alpha, Lima 11 alpha, Lima 19. Lima 19, Lima 19, Lima 12 alpha, 11 alpha, 12 alpha. The same one. 19. Lima 20. 21. Lima 21. Okay. Yankee 10. Lima 20. Zulu 04. Oh. What? There's only 3? Weird. Goes on one end. managed to come up one screw short there. Yay. I think I got the spares, I guess. Maybe 21. I put it on upside down. I didn't even think there was an upside down. The rail back. Yeah, I probably put it on upside down, huh? I don't know though, because the channel is on this side. Yeah, the channel's on the other side. Shoot, I put it on backwards. According to the drawing, let's see. Okay. That. Ooh, yeah, that's tight. Right, panels on. On the side, need the Yankee 10 panel. hinge would go. The hingy side, what? So the channel side goes back. That says that the whole I'm not sure. Yeah, it goes like that. I'm not sure how this comes together. Huh. Weird. That's the inside. Freaking mystery. This goes. It's just not a very good quality image. I'm just saying. Really, this keys into here like this. There you go. Okay. And what screw is that take? Because that makes pretty good sense to me that you put screw into L21 from L20 as Zulu 2. Let's do that. That makes sense to me. Cricket. Let's back it out and try it again. Ow! There's my beloved webbing in my hand gone. Yeah, this is not Zulu 02, that's what that is. These are not going in very well. Just need to self-tap there, or to have it tapped before you put it in. Another thing that might be nicer is if it was a different style head, not a Phillips. All right, well, I'm gonna try to figure out how this other end goes in now too. Oh, well, that's interesting because this is blocking the panel too. Not my favorite. Because now that will go in all the way. These are, shall we say, not so great. Because it tells you to put it in first, but then you can't slide the panel in. It tells you to put this handle in, but you can't slide the panel in and with the screws inside of it. You have to put them in after. Oh, goody. And the screws don't tap in there worth crap. This, I'm not sure how this actually goes on here. Weird. What? What? This goes inside of, what? Where the heck is that piece? This piece here, and it says that piece goes in. I don't see anything that looks like that piece. L11 and L12. These are 11 and 12. According to this side goes out from the handle. So the handle's on this side, meaning this side goes the same side as the handle. So this would be like this. There's the handle, so this track goes same side as the handle. This track here, same side as the handle. It's not clear to me how you secure this. What? As for that to go on the side of there is too wide, right? That's too wide for it. Well, maybe not. It definitely doesn't slip down all the way. and there's nothing to screw into here. This is weird. And again, this is backwards from how that shows. Yeah, it's a mystery. It's a mystery. Like this makes no sense whatsoever. But if I were to make that, this is almost the same width in this channel as the entire panel is. Okay, I think I'm starting to track something here. That's L20. That's what's going on. So this is L20. And so those these slide into that other piece there. And these don't have a top or a bottom. Oh man. So yeah, find your L20, your Lima 20, and your Lima 21 first, and that'll save you all that headache. Yeah. I'm gonna go try and find a number 2 screwdriver so I don't put another hole in my hand webbing. So yeah, I'm not a fan of how they decided to do that. Even just pre-tapping that would have saved my hand for sure. All right, that one's bottomed out. One down. That was not an enjoyable experience. I don't know, their drawings just could be a little better. Because it tells you this 11, like it tells you this 11, 12, 11, A. That's, and you can kind of see all 20 here, but it's not clear how that goes together. So they should have this off here, say put like 11, 20 here, and then have this like, and then do this part here. Because that was really confusing. And then now I'm going to put the handle on. Handle on, and goes the channel sides go up. I'm going to go into the plastic so they're not blocking it now. Okay. Now the handle goes same side as the channel up. Handle, channel. But that's got to go the other way. And then this hinges into here. This slides in here now. That's the hinge. Yeah, that was frustrating. All right, but I got it, so good. Now let's take this guy off. This one should go orders of magnitude quicker. 002. Bottomed out. Okay. Hit the other side. Okay. This guy, hinge down. All right. With a little blood and determination, that finishes those windows. And okay. Call that good and start on the putting the rest of it all together. Figure out the doors too. Getting close. All right. We're getting down on the number of parts, which is good. So we're back to page 35. It says put the window in. So I put the Yankee 9 panel in. I put the window in. When installing Lima 04 Alpha, the window needs to be lifted up to avoid the window not opening after the installation is complete. What panel goes below it then? Yankee 9. Firstly, slide the glazing panel Yankee 9 into the channel of Lima 02 Bravo and Lima 03 Bravo. Do that on both sides, I guess. I don't know what we can see. Might put this up again. That's tight. Why is that so tight? Okay. And then Yankee 9 up there. When installing Lima 04 Alpha, the window needs to be lifted up to avoid the window not opening after installation is complete. So they say to put it up, I guess, so you put it in right or something, or to make sure that it's open when you get done. That it's not unable to be open. They want it open to begin with, I guess. Lima 04 Alpha is the next one I need. Lima 04 Alpha gets four bolts in the track. Slide 4 bolts into each Lima 04 alpha bolt channel. 2 to be fixed to alpha 03 and another 2 to be fixed to Lima 02 Bravo and Lima 03 Bravo. Okay, and it says slide 2 bolts into Lima 11 alpha on the back side of the window panel. And then they go into the slot up here. So I need to find Lima 04 Bravo, Lima 04 Alpha. There they are. One, two, three, four. Comes down, I think. Uh-oh, there it is. Up we go. This goes in here. That. Oh, there goes the panel. Okay. Okay, now oh, that doesn't go up there? Well, okay. So the roof, I put it in the wrong spot, which should be fine. I can just slip it out and drop it down, but I might not be able to make it. Apparently the window is supposed to go up there, not this one. Yeah, they're the same piece basically, so that's what it is. That's easy enough. Apparently this one goes down here. So then I use the same thing on this one, which is 2. What's weird is they should have put this one in first in the list rather than the last, in my opinion. It makes it look like it does it after you do the 04 alpha. Okay. Oh, this is fun. Let's do this. Now we can key them in. That's weird. That doesn't really fit. It just sits on top of it, I guess. Okay. Fascinating. Get the Alpha 03 piece. Two of these, and it goes with the, well, let's, angle iron facing up, I suppose, angle on the angle iron. Doesn't really say. I guess it goes like that, but closer to the right, I suppose. You hold it up. Huh. That's not even right. Not the only place it can go, and then I guess you it slips back and forth. Okay. Oh well. There you are. That's good for now. But it says to open it up, but if you open it up, it's going to slide all around. So let's do the other side now. Oh, that was fun. That other one, it had the screw on it already. Yeah, I still have 2 of those left. Right. This is going to go right too. Okay. Yep, those work. Now let's put the Yankee 9 panels in below. I think it'd be better to move it down here now. Yankee 9 panels. put in all of the remaining panels. Getting close, folks, and Yankee 7s. I'm going to go ahead and pull these out. I cannot put these on without moving it. That's interesting. There's a tight fit. Ah, you. Oh no, it broke it. Try to get a screw, that's kind of mashed down. Get a screwdriver, a big screwdriver, and bend that channel up a little bit. Crowbar work. See, it's bent a little bit, so it ruined the panel. Do that on any of them you see that are like that. I'll just put the boogered end down now. Night and day. There we go. I think I want to bring the camera over to show me doing these last two on this side. Set the door on the cable. And what I didn't show is that one of these channels was a little bent and it ruined this little part of the panel here when I tried to put it in. So I bent it up with a crowbar just to make it so that it wasn't bent down on this end. Kind of wiggle it back and forth. It's not going in at the top over here. Oh, good. There it is. All right. So what I've noticed is when they're in, there's about an 1/8 to 1/4 inch above this little ridge seam on the edge here. Need to grab another panel. And there it is. All right. So now, need to see if I can pull it out from the wall a little bit so I can put the other side in. I don't know if this thing's gonna move okay, but we'll find out. Let's take it slow. Not that heavy, just awkward. Since there's so many little splice points, it's not overly rigid. It'll be a fun challenge to put them in while it's on wheels. See if it works. Not quite. I think the trick will be to get them in and then move it back and set it down and then tighten everything up again. Or tighten everything up and get ready for moving it later. don't have anything to grab onto. Okay, let's get it wheeled back. Oh, no, that didn't feel good. Something didn't. I hope something didn't shear or something, but. Oh, good. Something popped. Oh boy. Well, anyway. Well, I don't recommend doing it like that, but seems to still all be in one piece. But I also don't have a whole lot of space to put it all together out in my shop without taking a bunch of stuff out in the weather. I think the panel slipped out. That's what I heard. Everything looks good. That one's back in business. All right. So I move it out in the yard. I'm going to spend a little more time working on engineering a little cart for it with some 2x or something to keep it from cribbing quite so much. Everything's still there. Roof's on. After panel and windows are in position, put some silicone sealant around to avoid leaking water. I'm not going to do any of that until it's out on the foundation. So I need to get Lima 09 Bravo and Lima 09 Charlie and Delta 25s. And it looks like they go on the edges. Looks like they put the seam at the same place. They put the seam all the time. It's like this is meant to be, extended as far. You could basically make this as long as you wanted to if you just kept extending it. Lima 09 Bravo. And this slots in here. Make sure each time you hit a panel transition that you get the channel started right. It'll want to dig into the panel. Oh, I'm there. That's right, this one's only that long anyway. Lima 9 Charlie. Little gutter on it. Okay. Look at that. How nice is that? The water's going to run in behind it anyway. So I guess the water will run in behind it, come into this little channel here and run out here, I guess. But we'll see. I actually think I might end up running 9C out so that it crosses that seam to give it more strength on the back side here. There you go. Like overlapping when you're doing framing or something with sheathing, to overlap the sheathing so the seams don't line up. I'll do that on the other side too. That should help to stiffen that seam, straighten it out. One popped out from the top. No, I don't know. Is it in there? It's not. Heck if I know. Looks like it's in there, but I don't know why it's not. Let's get it started. Take a look up on the ladder. Oh, I see it's kind of bent up. here. Now it's in there. Ouch. Okay. And that's that one. Nine Charlie. Here we are. Well, those really do stiffen it up. Okay. Well, I think we're good for now. Oh, I needed to put, slide. So what I need to do now, I guess, is I need to put a bolt and a nut slotted in underneath the gutter with the Delta 25s. chucked up my 10 mil. I'm going to start fastening some of these down. Put it at about a, about a 4. That does. Still pretty tight. That's pretty tight. Go through and tighten a bunch of these all up now. That guy. Ouch. Really. I don't think I can get to the other side of those. Almost a 9mm. I love that. So weird, a 10mm just does not fit that right. There's no 9. There is a 9 socket. I recall that's too small. It needs to be a 9.5 just about. Maybe it's 7/16 hardware. Let's try 7/16 too big. 3/8. That's why it's a 3/8, not a 10mm. I'm glad I got it almost all together before figuring that one out. Well, what's funny is they give us a 10mm wrench. That's incredibly funny, actually. My little 3/8. Yep, it's a 3/8. 3/8 is much closer than a 10. Oh no, this pulled up. That's not good. Maybe that's what I heard pop that one time. Boogers. Back all these out now. I don't know that I need to tune it. It should pop down. That's probably why this panel is giving me fits too. Now I gotta get this. This back in here. Ah. That should just pop down. I haven't tightened anything on this side yet. Oh, I see. Yeah, the bolt got into the panel somehow. Ow, ow, finger, finger, finger. Ow, ow, finger, finger. Ow. I'm gonna break the skin on that one. I think that's what I heard pop when it popped. Is this joint? Is these ones back here okay? Yeah, they're okay. There we are. It ain't pretty, but it's down, huh? No, this side's not now yet either. There we go. Nope. It wasn't pretty, but it's done. Maybe if I push to the end, lift it out. There we go. Look for any more joints. That's what I don't like about the keyed ones. If they're keyed in, they can pop out. But that looks good, that looks good. That's keyed, or that's tight. These are keyed, but they're in. All right. Back to tightening hundreds of bolts. Okay. When it's going faster, it does work better because it the inertia pulls the backside in easier. That is that. And I didn't do the bottom ones because I still want to take those stakes and angle irons off and cut them. So that's all of the screws. I'm gonna or all the nuts tightened. I should probably wait until I get everything installed and then tighten it again. So now I'm gonna only work on the door and then consider it's good until I build the forms. But I need to get the door situation figured out. So here's my concern with the door. It's just bizarre how you've got this wider piece and then it comes together with these weird angles like this. I'm assuming this is supposed to go to the corner, but I really don't know. And then this, it seems strange to me how this is. This cannot go in the other way because the door won't shut because this on top gets in the way. So unless this is supposed to go to the bottom, like that, and maybe that's what it's supposed to do. But then now you got this. This is getting in the way at the top. So I'm really quite unsure about what's going on there. So I think I'm going to try to get the hinges on, because no matter what, this inside piece seems to me like it needs to go, like you would want the screws on the inside and this to be the outside. So I'm assuming that I can put this piece in and then play with the rest of it and just have it on the hinges while I mess with it to see what makes the most sense. Because right now I try to follow the directions and the directions don't make any sense. The hinges. Hinges are Alpha 51. And according to this, don't really tell you what side's up. I'm assuming the spline side goes up and the side that's not splined in, the free-floating side goes down. But it might not, because it is offset. So let me see if I can detect the offset by putting the door up. Oh, weird. So according to this, the offset is, what's it like on the other side? Here the offset is up too, so with that knowledge, that does match my original intentions to put the spline on the facing up. Well, I'm thinking that this is upside down. That's upside down. That this one actually goes like this. Right, because that one, then it's inside out. Well, then that one's down though. This is square. I'm going to go set these next to each other and try and figure out how they need to be adjusted. So I know that these need to go up so they fit in the hooks, but it seems like this one needs to go on top over here, but that one already has got one like that. This one needs to go on the bottom over there. No, because that, yeah, on the bottom over there because that's the hinge side. That one needs to come over here. But I don't know, these are also upside down though, right? No, these will be right if, these would be right if, so this would be the top. This is the top, this is the bottom. Facing it like that, yeah. But this still doesn't make sense why that would. I still don't understand why these aren't meeting together. That doesn't make sense. Unless those are on upside down. But if they're on upside down, then The panel's not going to fit in there, right? Ouch. Okay, so that makes sense because now this matches. This is an edge. This edge is matched. But that doesn't make sense. So let's swap these. But that's not going to make any difference. Think this through first. Okay, yeah, this is wrong because the channel's on the other side. That would be wrong because then the edge doesn't line up. But yeah, that is why that one was wrong. This is what? 1118A. Pain. All right, so now that one was upside down, but it was on the wrong panel. Okay, so that looks like it will line up and work. There, that's there. This one. Okay. Okay. It's looking way better. Way better. Test fit it. Oh yeah, that's what we want. But now the hinge is on upside down. Oh boy. Anyway. Is there any difference in the 7 inches. Oh, wow. 7.5 inches. So there is a difference. There is a top, but they don't tell you there's a top. Because it's 7 inches to the first hole on one side and 7.5 inches to the first hole on the other side. So normally, someone would mark which side's the top and which side's the bottom. Unless I just missed it because I don't read directions. Left door. So, right door, left door. Oh, and then you're supposed to use a non-machine screw, wood screw for that. Let's go back here. I mean, if you're reading this, you're looking at L16, right? L16, L16. Nowhere does it say there's a top and a bottom, right? It just says L16. Well, if you put it in the wrong way, it's going to be half an inch higher or lower, right? I don't know. That's just frustrating. Let me try to see if this will work. And then I'll note whether this looks like it's right or not. But I'm not going to put any screws in it yet until I get it right. I'm glad I didn't start this first. It would have been a lot more frustrating because the house itself went together, other than some wrong parts, quite well. So I guess the idea is you can use one offset or the other on the hinge based upon whether it's the top or the bottom, maybe. It looks like this offset will be low. Low on the door, high on the post. That's not going to work. Because no matter which way I flip the hinge, it's always going to have the tie spot on the outside. So yeah, they're upside down. I got to turn the whole thing upside down. That's a fine how do you do. Yeah, because no matter what you do, if you flip the hinge over, it's going to have the high side, at least on the left side. Let's try the right. Oh, the right side's the low side. Huh. Is there a left and right hinge? They're all the same. Those two are the same. Yeah, all four of them are the same way. On the left it's high, on the right it's low. And that will work for this one. What about the other one? Yeah, it's high. So it is set up so it's high. Okay. Come get the camera now, so I think I'm going to try to hang them and see how they or should I just put some screws in them? I think I might just put some screws in them and no, let's hang it. I want to see them hanging before I commit to putting screws in them. Kind of stinks moving the camera back and forth. But I think it really does show the different aspects much easier, much more clearly. So the challenge is that these hinges, one side's higher than the other, so when it lines up, it has to match. So if you put it on this side, the holes are higher than the holes in the post, right? So whichever post it is this one has to match that. Then the other, it's the opposite. So the door has to have the holes lower than they are in the post. And we need to find a beveled screw. There's a Zulu 17. because only 3 of them are machine screw. One of them is a self-tapping screw. Okay. And same for the bottom ones. Ah, it's stripped out. Nice. I'm only going to put a couple screws in the door just to see how it hangs. That's nice. Okay. See this one here, because it's opposite of this one, and there's an angle here that needs to go on the rail. The door screws are lower than the post screws.
Ah, shoot. Loosen the other ones up. I tightened them too soon as part of it. I stripped it. Yugger boogers. Let's try a little bit more torque and thrust here. Oh well. As I was so bent in. That was bent out. Where did that screw go? Amazes me how a screw can go feet away from where you drop it. Those are both tight. There you go. So I'm supposed to use, and then, so what did we end up with here? We ended up with L18B on the top here. L17's in the middle on both. The one on the left inside is L18C, L18 Charlie. The bottom one is L18 Alpha. And obviously the two outsides are both L16 Alpha. Yeah. So L16 Alpha, L16 Alpha, L16 Alpha, L16 Alpha, 18 Bravo, '18 Alpha, 18 Bravo. And then the inner side is L18 Delta. So yeah, that was a lot more work than I wanted to spend on a door. But now I want to compare it to and I guess the reason it works is because it doesn't matter what side you put that 16 Alpha on, it will be higher or lower on one side because it's going to be flopped one way or the other. Okay, so let's just look at this right now. Obviously 16 Alpha, both of them, 18 Bravo, so that is right, 18 Bravo, 18 Alpha, and then 18 Charlie, yep. So this is right, but it's confusing because you go and put it together and you laying it down, and the side with the screws on it is not the front. The side with the screws is on the back. '18 Alpha, 18 Alpha, 18 Bravo, 18 Bravo. So when you lay it down, it says to put the screws, so 18 Delta would be this one. But if you look at this 18 Delta, there's nothing. It'd be nice if they put this little thing on it here so you could see. It'd be nice if they showed this little ring here that you use the hook on and showed you here's how it goes, but it would be face down So this would be face up, but this would be face down. And 16 alpha doesn't really matter, but so that's where it was confusing here, because there's no identifying marks on here as to which one this is, as well as, you know, that there's no top or bottom, inside, outside. Like if this said outside, and this said inside, and this over here said outside, it'd be a lot easier to figure it out, but 18 alpha, 18 bravo. See, that's even confusing because which side's the top? This is the top. This has to be the top. And it doesn't tell you anything about that. So it says I need to use the screws in my drill and insert connector delta 45 into each end of the frame, and then fix them with the screws Zulu 8, fixing with screws, and make sure there is no gaps between each profile. I need to find the Zulu 8 screws. Zulu 2. I think the Zulu 8 ones might actually be the ones I started with. These ones. See if they're the ones that it says to put in the base rail. Well, it says Zulu 8. Those are the ones that I was using with the windows when I was putting the windows together. I only have 2 more of those over here. Those are Zulu 2. Yeah, they're the ones that I use to put the angle irons onto the base rail. So these are the Zulu 8s. They're self-tapping, even though it doesn't look like they are on here. Okay. How far away? Says 20 millimeters and 30 millimeters. Oh. All right. Let me try and convert from the Jacobin system to the system we had before that. Let's see. So we've got 20 mil 2 inches. 0.78 inches. So 3/4 of an inch. And 30 mil. 1.1 inch and 1/8. Yeah, I'm gonna say 1 1/8 inches. So 3/4 of an inch and 1 1/8 inches. Might be nice if they made that a little easier to figure out, but oh well. There. 3/4. And 1 1/8 inches. I think I'm just going to pull them off. Ouch. Where'd the shears go? Where did my shears go? At the end of the table. Good. Where did I set my little drill bit? There it is. Okay. Made a little jig for the measurements. Well, it's a lot harder than I thought it would be, but okay. Try and pin it all the way around. I think pre-drilling for the first is a good move. The second ones aren't near so important. Okay. One end is done. Oh wait, no, I got one more on this side. Well, it was a door. It's interesting where they put the, probably just peeled the places off where they needed, absolutely. All right, so let's mark with my little jig here. I don't know if I showed this to the camera, but it's just a little piece of sheet metal I bent at a 90 and then measured for 3/4 and 1 1/8 inches, which isn't exactly 20 and 30 mils, but close enough. And primarily I'm just marking it. One door done. That's the bottom. Where's it? No, that's the... Now I'm confused. Oh.
right. That's what it ended up looking like. Definitely stiffened it up. Now that the door is together, I'm going to put it on the hinges. Nice to not have to worry about it falling apart when I can hold on to one place and not worry about it coming apart at the seams. Not laying up. Try and drift it. I don't like the alignment on this. Stripping them out or something. This is weird. Take this back some. Good. I never put that one in. Yes. Hello.
Hi,
Bye.
it'll be here between 4:20 and 4:30.
Nice. Thanks. Love you.
I ordered it from that one down by Porterhouse.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Heard or whatever.
Yeah.
All right.
Right,
Super.
love you.
Love you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Oops. So you have the ability to latch the doors open. These little latches on the side. The wrench is in the way. That was fun. Both of those work, so you can keep the door from flying open in the wind. Those little latches here. That shuts, that's good. So I suppose you could actually put a lock or something here. Oh, that's really off, but okay. Anyway, I'm going to put the door handle on. This must. All right, I see. So this is for the door handle. You've got the shaft here, and you have this part. So this looks like it comes in, look at that, like that. So that will come in like that. From the outside. And then you have the screws that were in that bag also. Sierra 76 and Delta 47. There are a couple of little caps in here too, but kind of cheap. They probably will fall out. We'll see. It's not easy to turn. Okay. Apparently I have to put this about halfway one way or the other before you can actually tighten it. One more test on this guy. And there. Yeah, that's pretty stiff, but it's pretty good. I mean, you could probably still pull it open, but if you really wanted to. But again, somebody could take some type of a hammer and just whack these panels out. So it's kind of just a nicety, just to keep it from flying open in the wind, I suppose. Yeah, you could probably just put a chain on to keep the wind from a little carabiner or something with a little chain to keep it from flying open too. So that's the end of the video putting together the greenhouse. To this point, there are some additional plastic pieces and caps and end caps and gutter downspouts and things like that that I'll potentially add another video later on. Once I have it all poured and on the slab, everything's squared up and I'm not moving it again, I'll put some small accessories on it But on the whole, it's gone together. It's taken a lot of time, probably 3 days. If I worked on it all day, 10, 12 hours, probably a couple days would be. But I still have it made a lot of plastic wrap and everything everywhere. I have a big garbage sack full of garbage, so that's one of the things I didn't care for about it. We had the problems with the not having the correct number of pieces for the middle here, these middle pieces, like I've talked about before. I had to fabricate the L23C and the L23B just because they didn't have the right number of them. It's a little flimsier than I thought it would be, but if it holds up in the wind, even with it kind of being a cheaper model, I was expecting to spend $3,000 or $4,000 on a greenhouse of this type or size, and this was less than $1,000. So I'm really happy with that. It's taken a lot of time to put it together to get it this point. Positive, it's cost me a lot less than I thought it would to get it to this point. What else? Some of the panels I didn't care for, that the panels had some buggering on them. Sometimes when you push the panel in, it gets crimped or messed up on the edge when you're putting it in, so be careful about that. What else was I going to say? Oh, the directions left a little bit. It would be nicer if there were, directions that showed where some of this hardware was, or if there were stickers that said top, top left, top right, or however it would be. I guess depends on how you're looking at it. But if it was clearly said this piece goes here, or if these were maybe even labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, and you could follow it. Not only do you have the BOM part number, but you had some type of a way on the diagram to know how to lay the doors out. But other than that, it's gone together fairly well. Trying to think if there's anything else. When it came, I thought it was going to come in a big crate or a big pallet or something, and it came in 2 smaller boxes, which was kind of nice. I didn't like the fact that it didn't have separate splice plates that would hold together the base beam. That it's got the stakes on it still, because I'd like to mount it on concrete. So I had to put them in upside down. I had to cut one already. I'm probably going to cut them all eventually, just because I don't want to have the points. If you see, there's angle iron on the corners. So that's why I didn't tighten the corners yet. So the plan is I'm going to wait for it to warm up a little bit. I'm going to pour concrete stem wall footing out on my slab, and then when that dries and that gets hard enough after a couple weeks, I'm going to bring this out, and then I'm going to secure this to the base and finish up all the rest of the hardware. Get a couple garden shelves in here, maybe one on the back wall and on the side walls.